What's up? What's up? What's going on, Black Lion? You were the first one in tonight, man. Quick, 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 quick. We gonna get us a little snake ready here to look at and talk about for a minute. You're the winner, man. You're the big wiener. I'm getting a snake ready now. It's kind of weird. Some nights it goes really quick getting people in. Other times it's slow, you know. So I usually have time to get a snake out and everything before anybody gets in here. But like I say, some every now and then it's quick like this. What up, Sue? Going on, everybody? Just a minute or so here, we'll have us a snake out and everything. It's another one of my favorites. Of course, they're all my favorites. What am I saying? They're all my freaking favorites. I love them all. Thursday, we'll have some brand damn new ones coming. We got some brand damn new ones coming in. Can't wait for that. What up, Armando? What up, what up? Alright, got this little dude out and just about ready to pick him up. He's a little feisty sucker. He's actually in the middle of the shedding process. He ain't actually getting his skin off yet, but he was blue yesterday. He's not in blue today now. But here's this little dude here. Okay. So anyway, these guys are very, very pretty little rattlesnakes. Come here, Bubba. Hey. They're actually not so little either. Hang on, let me zoom because he wants to keep going to the edges. He'll calm down here in a couple of minutes. Come on, Bubba. Hey. Come on, Bubba. Hey. Come on, Bubba. But anyway, these guys are actually, I believe, now this could be, I could be wrong, but so y'all could fact check me, but I believe this is the second largest rattlesnake species on the planet. But guys, for most of you who have been here a couple of times in the past, you know how I do things. Start out a little prayer, go on to talk about the snakes, show you a little bit about them, whatever, talk about them, so on. So if y'all will, give me just a moment in the chat of silence while I say a quick prayer, and then we'll get on to talking about these guys. Heavenly Father, thank you for the beauty and diversity of your creation. As we learn today about the creatures you have placed on this earth, grant us the wisdom to understand them, the humility to respect them, and the stewardship to protect the balance of life that you've designed. And let me catch this snake that's escaping real quick. Okay. And, you know, may this knowledge just deepen our appreciation for the natural world and remind us of our responsibility within it. And as always, please keep the pointy end of these animals as far away from my body as possible while we learn about these creatures that you have given us. Amen. Okay, guys, so what y'all are looking at here is an animal that is often misunderstood, you know, a lot of the times feared, but it's very deeply important to the ecosystems that it inhabits. It's the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake. It is scientifically known as Crotalus basiliscus. this rattlesnake is just remarkable, not just because it's one of the largest rattlesnakes in the world, but it is also a vital part of Mexico's western landscapes and a very powerful reminder of how balance, in nature truly works. When people hear the word rattlesnake, their first reaction is usually fear. We imagine danger, venom and threat, but fear often comes, from misunderstanding, and understanding begins with learning. So today, guys, instead of seeing this rattlesnake as something to avoid or destroy, I invite you to, see it as something to respect, maybe study and protect. The Mexican West Coast rattlesnake is found along the western regions of Mexico. It's primarily in states such as Sinaloa, Sonora, uh, Jalisco, and parts of, basically the West Coast, I'm not super familiar with Mexico, so to tell you any more than what I've just told you as far as cities, I can't. But they really thrive in the dry forest, the thorn scrubs, the tropical deciduous forests, and even the semi-arid regions. Um, Let me adjust the camera since he wants to sit over there and be a little cooperative. We'll just adjust to him. But anyway, unlike a lot of rattlesnakes that prefer deserts, this species often lives in areas with seasonal rainfall and very lush vegetation. Um, the environments are warm, they're complex, and they are alive with activity. And the rattlesnake, really fits perfectly into them. It spends a lot of its time camouflaged among the rocks and the leaf litter and the brush, just blending in so well that you could pass right by it without ever even noticing it. What's going on, Ashley? What's going on? Is that girl that's usually with you in here tonight, Ashley? What up, Tom? What up, Sue? Anyway, guys, but guys, as you can see here, one of the reasons this rattlesnake really stands out, is its size. And I know what you're seeing here, it's not like a massive rattlesnake or anything. This is a juvenile. It's very young. It's about a year old, maybe just over a year. But it gets much, much bigger. The Mexican West Coast rattlesnake, again, is about the second largest rattlesnake on Earth. Sometimes they'll grow over 5 feet long, with a very thick, muscular body, and their coloration does vary, but a lot of the times it's got, shades of brown and gray and olive and tan. And then it's marked with, the dark diamonds that you see here. And other blotched patterns like you're seeing on the sides a little and everything. And then it's usually outlined in these very bright, white borders around the diamonds. And of course, there's a rattle. One of the most, really fascinating warning systems in the animal kingdom. The rattle is not really meant to threaten, as I always explain, but, it's there to warn. It's the, I'm here, please keep your distance, please don't step on me, kind of thing. In many ways, the rattlesnake is just trying to avoid conflict, not really start it. Despite their reputation, these rattlesnakes are not aggressive by nature. They don't chase people and they don't attack without reason. Most bites, really occur whenever the snake is startled or stepped on or deliberately, harassed or messed with. Hey guys, smash that like button, please. We got about 4 people in here that haven't hit the like button yet. If y'all can help me out, please smash that thumbs up. It really helps get this out there to a wider audience. But the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake relies heavily on, camouflage and stillness. And it really just prefers to remain unseen. Whenever they're disturbed, they'll often choose to retreat. The rattle is a last warning. It's a defensive tool, if you will. More so than an invitation to fight. What up, Limp Noodle? He won't. Anyway, understanding this behavior is crucial. When humans respect the snake's space, encounters can usually end peacefully. But one of the biggest important roles for this rattlesnake, that it plays, it's a natural predator. Its diet is, rodents such as rats and mice and small mammals. Sometimes it'll eat birds and even occasionally a lizard. Um, I've never eaten a lizard, but some have. But anyway, Zombula has. It's really significant, that they do this because rodents reproduce, very quickly, and they cause major damage to crops, to spread disease and disrupt ecosystems if they're left unchecked. By controlling these rodent populations, the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake really helps protect agriculture and human health and ecological balance. Um, in other words, this snake, just quietly works as a natural pest control system. No chemicals, no machines, just nature doing what it does best. Yeah, the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake is venomous, obviously, but venom's not evil. It's a biological tool. The venom really helps the snake subdue prey efficiently and defend itself when absolutely necessary, but it also aids in digestion prior to them ever even swallowing the rodent. Interestingly, though, rattlesnake venom is also used in being studied further for medical research. There are components and proteins of the snake venom that contributed to treatments for heart disease, blood pressure issues, clotting disorders, seizures, cancer, pain, etc. What usually, has inspired fear is now helping save lives. And it just reminds us that even the most feared parts of nature can hold profound value whenever we take time to understand them. The the Mexican history and indigenous cultures, snakes often carry deep symbolic meaning. They represent power, transformation, protection, and life cycles. While not always, specifically referring to this species, rattlesnakes have, long been, respected as creatures of strength and balance. That's why, we have a rattlesnake on one of our earliest American flags, the Gadsden flag. Um, it's really a cultural perspective that contrasts sharply with modern fear-based reactions, and it just kind of gives us a reminder that respect for wildlife is rooted deeply in human tradition. But sadly, the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake does face several threats, and like all the other snakes we always talk about, habitat loss is the biggest, and it's caused by agriculture, urban expansion, and deforestation. That's some of the biggest dangers, and as you can see there, humans are behind every bit of it. And additionally, many rattlesnakes are just killed out of fear rather than necessity. You know, this species is not currently, you know, extinct, but it is declining populations in a lot of areas. And it shows us how quickly balance can be lost. Conservation doesn't necessarily mean letting snakes roam freely into homes and communities. It just means education, habitat protection, and coexistence. Whenever people learn how to, safely share the environment with wildlife, everybody benefits. What's up? Yeah, Pataka. I don't know how to say that one. But the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake just teaches us several important lessons. The first one is that fear fades with knowledge. And the second is every creature really has a purpose, even the ones that we don't fully understand. That's why I get along so well with Just Ashley. And third, respect is the foundation of coexistence between humans and nature, and even between one another. this rattlesnake doesn't, seek dominance. It seeks survival. And in doing so, it supports the entire ecosystem. As you saw when I first pulled this snake out, he was trying to flee. He wanted to run and get away from me. But after he realized I was going to keep pulling him back in, and he realized when I did pull him back in, now he knows that I'm not going to continue to mess with him since I've pulled him back in, so he just lays there and relaxes. Lone Star Sunfish. Here in Central Texas, if you have a rattlesnake on your property, you just call animal control and they will come get it and release it. Awesome. That's great that they do that there. That's what I wish people would do, all over the country. But guys, in closing to what I'm talking about with this snake, the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake is more than just a venomous reptile. It's really a guardian of balance, a controller of pests, and a symbol of nature's wisdom. It's a reminder that creation is interconnected. And when we choose understanding over fear and respect over destruction and stewardship over ignorance, we honor not only this remarkable animal, but the whole world that we share. And I will try to get y'all a little bit closer look at this guy here. I can zoom a little, but then I will also pick him up and get him closer. But like I say, his colors are not as bright as they can and will be. He is actually in the middle of the shedding process. He actually, his eyes were blue for the last couple of days. They have now cleared up, so over the next 2 days or so, he will actually shed his skin. And he'll be much, much prettier, and we'll revisit him at that point. Give me just a minute, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this snake over here ready because I'm going to show another one after this one. But I appreciate everybody for stopping in. If there's anybody here that has not hit the like button yet, please do so. Hey, Dave, thanks, buddy, for stopping. It varies, buddy. For a young rattlesnake like this, they may shed 4 to 6 times a year. Depending on, how much they eat and stuff. Now, for a larger adult, they may only shed once or twice a year. But every single time that they do shed, they get another segment to their rattle, which is a pretty cool thing. Makes the rattle grow. A lot of people believe you can tell a snake's age by its rattle, but you really can't do that because they do break off in the wild. But like this snake here, if we look at his rattle, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 and a button. So that means this snake has shed about 5 times in his life, which tells you, yes, right now we can roughly gauge his age and say he's roughly a year old, maybe just over a year. And again, it's not an accurate way to tell with an adult specimen or one that has possibly lost parts of his rattle. I'll show you on a large Western Diamondback here in a little while, how you can tell if it's the original rattle or not. Anybody else have any questions? I'm willing to take some time here and answer any questions you might have. Put them in the chat. I know there's something you don't know about a rattlesnake that you would like to know. Maybe, hopefully. What's going on, Smiley Heart Exotics? How are you? Thanks for stopping in. I don't know how long you've been here, but we've been talking a little while here about this. This is a Mexican West Coast rattlesnake. Are all snake bites equally as painful, or are some more than others? Some more than others, absolutely, Armando. A good example to this question is, let's just say, a monocled cobra, because that's one we feature frequently on the channel. If a monocled cobra bites you, you may feel nothing at all. You know, you may have no pain at all. You might think you're perfectly fine, like, oh, he didn't get me, you know, and then just drop over unalive, you know, because it's a neurotoxic venom, so it doesn't have that pain and that burn to it like some of them. So a pit viper now, most of these pit vipers and rattlesnakes have a hemotoxic venom, which, you know, burns horribly. If I had to describe what the bite feels like by a timber rattlesnake, I would say picture a baseball bat with a nail through it dipped in poop and then hit with it. That's what it feels like. It sucks bad. Yeah, I got you, Dave. Sit back and listen. Awesome, awesome. Can you age them by their teeth like a horse? Well, Sue, I think maybe that's something you and I should research together. I will bring a couple over and we can open their mouths and try to figure that out. But as far as I'm aware, no. I'm just joking. No, you cannot do that. But that's pretty cool that you can with horses. I had no idea. I don't know anything about horses. I do have some anti-venom on hand. I do not have any for the native species because they are regularly, you know, kept in stock at the hospitals, you know, and our anti-venom here, you know, for the pit vipers of North America is pretty well universal. You know, it is called Crofab, and it's used for copperheads, cottonmouths, and rattlesnakes all through the country. You know, you actually got me stumped on part of this right now. I don't believe so. I believe it would be a polyvalent for the coral snake, because the coral snake is the only elapid that we have in the country. I know you was, Sue. I was being a smart ass back, that's all. If there's anybody new here that hasn't been in yet, you know, give us a thumbs up. Smash that thumbs up button. It helps bring more people in. Really helps the channel a lot. So Smiley Heart Exotics, you say your channel name's obviously got exotics in it. Do you keep exotic animals, or you just like them? What's the story behind your screen name? Thank you. All right, let me try to give you a little bit closer look at this fella here. What are you doing, little dude? What are you doing, little dude? This guy is a striker, so I got to be careful. He's a striker. He's a little defensive. When they're small, they're always more defensive, in my opinion, when they are young. Always more defensive. Come here, Bubba. Come here, Bubba. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. Come here. Come here, Bubba. Here. Come here. But this guy here. Come here, Bubba. Hey, hey. You don't want to stay on the hook, do you? You don't want to stay on the hook, huh? Come here, bud. Come here, bud. Hey. Come here, bud. Hey. Come here, dude. Hey. Come here, dude. Come here. Come here. Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, he's fighting the hook, boy. He does not want to be hooked. Come here, Bubba. Hey. Come here, Bubba. Hey, hey. I get him lifted up here. He'll calm down a little. No, you can't do all this, dude. You can't do all this. Come here. Alright, let me lift this tripod up a little bit where he can't see the bottom, and then I'll be able to pick him up a little better. When the tub's right there in front of him, he knows he can reach it, so he'll spaz out. So if I lift up the tripod, I'll be able to lift him higher and get him to relax. Come here, Bubba. Come here. Come here, Bubba. Here. There we go. There we go, Bubba. See? Come here. Look. See? That's too high. You don't want to do that. See? There you go. See? Here we go. Come on. You're not being a very cooperative little dude, are you? Come on, little guy. Hey. What's up, sunshine? Great Band of Kingston. Awesome. That's awesome. That's cool that you got all them reptiles. That's great. I really strive to, get people into, the reptile hobby. I like when people are interested in reptiles. It makes a huge difference for conservation efforts. Even with like the reptiles that you've got, non-venomous stuff is very, very important. Because those kind of animals, teach people, and I mean, they all have their equal importance, in the world. But those animals, teach people that you don't have to fear every reptile out there and things like that. And, you're able to teach more that way and get people to come around. Yeah, and you do have a decent variety of snakes, absolutely. Try to get you a little bit of a close-up of the rattle here. But anyway, here's the rattle. Now, soon as he sheds here over the next day or two, he will have another segment. There's actually another segment to his rattle underneath the skin there already. And a good way to tell male and female, like where you see where the tail starts to, pinch down in size. If you see how long that tail is from there to the, all the way to the end, that's a good indicator that it's a male snake. There are some other ways to tell too, but that's a pretty simple way to tell. Hang on, Bubba. Here you go. There you go. There you go, Bubba. But in this steady, steady tongue flicking like this is just showing, he's curiosity, There is nothing defensive about this posture or tongue flick. Now, something I need to address since I worded it that way. Some people actually, say, oh, that snake's in a striking position, or that snake's ready to strike. Like, well, okay, maybe because sure, like the Western Diamondbacks and most, rattlesnakes and stuff have a quote unquote striking pose, I guess. But every position this snake sits in is a striking position. Like the way he's sitting right here, right now, this snake is fully capable of striking. He does not need to be coiled up. He does not need to. Be sitting all in a big S shape or anything like that. This snake can strike from any position at all. But I'm gonna go ahead and put this guy in his cage, and I'm gonna bring out another rattlesnake here. I'm gonna bring out several rattlesnakes tonight. I'm gonna show all smaller specimens so we can get good looks at them and stuff. But there you go, Bubba. And just as a quick look to show you how well they blend in, I mean, this snake's not even in its natural habitat, you know, but on that sphagnum moss, if you were just hiking through the woods, you know, with a half-cocked look, you wouldn't even see that snake laying there, you know. But, let's get you. Wait a minute, where the hell are, uh-oh, where you at, dude? Oh, there you are, okay. Yeah, let's look at this guy first, and then the next one we're gonna look at is, in my opinion, one of the cooler species to look at. But I'll show this one for just a minute or two here, because it's a very relevant rattlesnake. I mean, they all are, but this one here is very well known. Oh, shit. No, you don't. No, you don't. Where are you going? Where are you going, Bubba? Huh? Yeah. Alright, so here's another rattlesnake that's native to the United States. A fun fact is rattlesnakes are only found in the Americas. Kiera something. What's up? What's up? What up, Patrick? How are you, man? But this guy right here is the Western Diamondback rattlesnake. Their scientific name is Crotalus atrox. They are found throughout the southwestern, you know, United States and northern Mexico. They are native. These Western Diamondbacks actually have a very, very broad range. You know, they're found in, my goodness, what, Texas, Oklahoma, you know, there's Arizona, you know, there's no way I'm going to name every place they're from, but they're all over the place. So, new tail growth, no, absolutely not. Snakes don't, you know, drop their tails. This right here is, the black and white banding is a characteristic, you know, of the Western Diamondback rattlesnake. It's just something naturally occurring with them. That's where they got their names, you know, the coontail rattlesnake, the coontail rattler. But yeah, come on, Bubba, come on. If you, as you see, you know, and you hear it, they're so much louder. You know, they rattle so much louder than most other rattlesnakes. They got a very, very loud rattle. But these guys here, they can get relatively large. And then obviously, you know, the rattle there. This guy here again is 1, 2, 3, 4 in a button. So this rattlesnake here has shed 5 times in its life as well. And again, you cannot judge the age by the rattle accurately, because rattles break off naturally. But we know, because this is a snake I produced, it's a little over a year old. And if you see, you know, the size, and that's another thing I'm going to show, that, you know, the size difference. You look at the size of this Western Diamondback versus the timber rattlesnakes that I show at a year old. You know, the Western Diamondback grows so much faster than the timber rattlesnake. How do snakes move? They use their ribs and their muscles, you know, on their belly, you know, all, I guess, independently. You know, if you watch as he moves, this guy moves pretty fast to tell, but you can actually see it moving like little fingers there, you know, or little feet under his skin. When snakes are born in the wild, do they pretty much have to fend for themselves? Yes, Armando, absolutely. They have to fend for themselves every single time. You know, as soon as they're born, the mother, like example, timber rattlesnakes, the mother stays with them for 7 to 10 days until their first shed happens. But after that, they're on their own. The mother does not give any type of maternal care. She essentially offers protection for that first critical week or so. Yeah, Kiara, definitely be careful with it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you stopping in. If you will, smash that like button, please. I'd really appreciate it if you haven't already. If you have, thank you very much. BMCK. I'm looking at your channel, and I like a couple of your videos I see there. Awesome, man. Awesome. Good to see people into horticulture as well. Really appreciate you, Kiara. Or Kiara. I'm not sure if I'm saying it correctly. But Singapore. Oh yeah, absolutely. Be cautious. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. We'll definitely stay vigilant. You know, pay attention. Make sure we don't get our fingers too close or anything. We've been working, you know, anything can happen at any time, but we've been working with these kind of animals for many, many years. But, you know, honestly, a lot of people, you know, use that and let that go to their head. I'm not one of those because, you know, after many years of doing something like this, a lot of guys get complacent and they start making mistakes, and that's when bites happen. Why do snakes shed, if you don't mind me asking? Absolutely, I don't mind you asking. I appreciate you asking, actually. Snakes shed for multiple reasons. Snake shedding is several reasons, and I'll start with, it's essentially like the snake taking a bath, you know. For me or you taking a shower, it's the snake taking a bath, getting clean, you know, repairing damaged skin and scales. They're growing, you know, every time as they grow, they shed their skin, you know. So there's lots of reasons, but they're the main reasons. And the rattles example there, like you're seeing the rattle there right now. Their rattles are actually made of keratin, the same stuff that, you know, our fingernails are made from. So those rattles are actually hollow segments of keratin. When you hear them rattle, you would think, oh, maybe there's something inside of it like a bead that rattles around, but that's not the case. They're actually just hollow interlocking pieces of keratin. Essentially, if you could, you know, roll your fingernails up and make them interlock with each other like a dog tag necklace, you know, how those little bead chains are, you know, something like that, you know, that's essentially how these lock together as well. And then they have a muscle in their tail that's actually called the tail shaking muscle. And every time they move that muscle, it actually causes those little segments to clang together up to 50 times a second, making that old familiar sound that we all know as the rattle. Looks like a bunch of upside down hearts going down the back and the neck. Yeah, it kind of does, you know, and I'm glad you said that because these guys are called the diamondback rattlesnake, but I've always thought the same thing. They look more like a heart than a diamond to me. But They're called the Diamondback because somebody somewhere along the line thought they looked like diamonds. So I appreciate everybody stopping in, and anybody that's here, if you have not already done so, will y'all please smash that like button for me? Y'all hitting the like button really helps get this out there to more people, so we can try to help educate more people and turn fear into, understanding, or fear into education, respect for these animals, and try to, help with conservation efforts to keep these guys around. I understand people are a little nervous of them or even scared of them, but they serve a very important role in their ecosystems, and all the ecosystems actually work together. So, if we lose just one, species, like these rattlesnakes, they're actually a keystone species. These guys are not only predators, they are predator and prey. So these guys are a food source for many other snakes, many other birds of prey, other animals, coyotes, turkeys, buzzards, eagles, king snakes, my goodness, there's just all kinds of other animals that eat these rattlesnakes, so they help keep the ecosystems balanced. And without them, that balance would be all messed up, so very important that we try to educate each other and let each other know. Like, as you see, every time, a lot of people fear the snake. The snakes are not hunting humans. They're not, chasing human beings. I appreciate your explanation, sir. Yeah, no problem, Kiara. I appreciate you asking questions. It helps the channel, and it also helps, other people who may have the same questions that are maybe too shy to ask or whatever, So it helps in all ways around. I thank you very much for asking. But as you see, these guys are not chasing humans and stuff. Every time I touch the snake, he wants to get as far away from this hook as he can get. He don't want anything to do with it. He just wants to run. See, he wants to get away. He don't want to come to me. Like, he wants to get the hell away. Right in this tub, he's a little bit cornered, but he's still trying to haul ass and get going. What's up, Chromo Chronicles? Good to see you. Guys, if you guys are into some laughs and things like that, Chromo Chronicles is a good channel to look at and laugh at and everything. So go on over there and check him and her out. I believe it's a male and female couple that do that show. I'm not 100% sure. You would have to ask them, but that's my belief. But, they'll give you some laughs and stuff on the channel. If that's not your thing, I understand. And there's another fella in here, if he's still here. I don't know if he left yet. I was in the middle of talking when I saw him. But Patrick, a little bit of everything, 5181. Patrick has ball pythons as well. He's got a handful of them, I think a dozen or so. And he's, pretty knowledgeable, very knowledgeable about the ball pythons. He brings some other people on and he does his live streams. And, they talk about the animals and, basically similar to what I do, but they collaborate a lot, him and some of the people that he knows in the hobby. It might be worth checking out to y'all too. So guys, check him out and just let him know the Virtual Reptarium sent you. But let's see here. What else do we got? What's up, Silent Nights? But yeah, guys, I'm going to pull out another rattlesnake here. I'll try to pick this guy up here and get y'all a little bit closer look, but he's really flighty, so he may not allow it, but we'll see what we can do. I'm going to raise the tripod that way, because a lot of the times if you guys get these guys off the ground, they won't try to run off the hook then. So let's see what we can do with that. I'm not going to guarantee anything with this one. Yeah, Patrick is a real cool dude. I like Patrick a lot. He shouts me out every single time he's on live. I've been watching Patrick for a couple of months now. I haven't known him for a very long time, but yeah, I like Patrick. I really like him. I like his animals and like the way he treats his animals and everything. Yeah, see, this guy don't like to stay on a hook. It's very tough with him. Come on, Bubba. Come on, Bubba. Hey, hey. Come on, Bubba. Come on, Bubba. Hey, hey. Nope. Nope. Yeah, this guy ain't going to stay on a hook, guys. I apologize. And I don't have anybody here to where I can tail this snake. I will not tail or physically put my hands on a venomous snake if I don't have another person here with me. So, all right, so I'm going to stick this guy up, and we're going to grab another rattlesnake here that I believe y'all will really like. Yeah, absolutely. I'll enlighten you about some more snake facts for sure. Actually, I'm going to pull out another rattlesnake here, and when I pull him out, I will discuss him further, you know, like I normally do. But like, if you were here in the beginning, you know, I talk more about them more in depth. That's what I'll do with the next one here. The Crotalus atrox is so common, you know, or the Western Diamondback, that there's so much information out there that it's. There you go, Bubba. All right, so now that he's in his cage, he's striking like heck at me. It's all right, little dude. All right, little dude. Here, let me get you another snake here. Let's get another snake to look at. All right, let's get to you here. All right, let me move you for a second. It's all right, Bubba. Jesus, calm down, Bubba. All right, so here's this one. What's up, dude? Why are you being such a jerk now for, huh, bud? There we go. Okay, so, all right, here he is. Get him in the tub where y'all can see him. Come here, little dude. Hey. All right. So, here's another little bitty rattlesnake for you. Let me get the camera down lower again. There we go. Now, this guy right here, guys, sort of takes you into a desert landscape, you know, and it's actually the Sonoran Desert Sidewinder is what it is. The Sidewinder is a misunderstood, you know, and sometimes feared and undeniably remarkable animal. The Sonoran Desert, you know, stretches across southern Arizona, you know, southeastern California, and northwestern Mexico. It's one of the hottest deserts in the world, you know, but it's also one of the most biologically diverse. It is home to, you know, towering, you know, saguaro cacti, you know, the summer temperatures are just scorching hot, you know, and animals that are there, you know, have evolved, you know, very extraordinary ways to survive, and this one is no exception. The Sidewinder rattlesnake is scientifically known as Crotalus cerarestus, and it really thrives in the Sonoran Desert. It prefers the sandy flats, the dunes, and the desert washes, where the ground just can become hot, you know, enough to burn skin. But instead of, you know, fighting the environment, you know, the Sidewinder adapts to it. I don't have enough space here to show y'all how the Sidewinder moves, so I will show you a video clip here in just a bit of how the Sidewinder moves across the desert. It's a pretty cool thing. But the way that they move, you know, Well, let me start with this actually. The Sidewinder just gets its name from the way it moves. Instead of slithering forward like most snakes do, it uses a sidewinding motion, lifting most of its body off of the hot sand and touching the ground at only 2 points at a time, almost like feet, you know. But the movement just reduces heat exposure and it prevents, slipping on loose sand, and it allows the snake to move quickly and efficiently across the terrain that would normally slow down other animals. Um, what may look strange to us is actually one of the most effective forms of desert travel, ever evolved. It's a very, very powerful reminder that, survival often depends on adaptation, not strength. The Sidewinder is a small to medium sized rattlesnake. They usually get between 1.5 to 2.5 feet long, and its coloring is pale, like you're looking at here. Often, tan, gray, or sandy brown, helping it blend in perfectly to the desert surroundings. One of the most distinctive features is the horn like scales above its eyes. And let me try to zoom in here and show you. See them little horns there above his eyes? They're actually scales. They're not like a bony horn. They're modified scales that they're not for attack. They're just adaptations that help keep sand out of the snake's eyes as it moves and it buries itself beneath the surface. Camouflage is the Sidewinder's greatest defense. Often only its eyes and the top of its head are visible as it lies, in the sand. They'll lay in the sand and wiggle back and forth until it buries their whole body in the sand. It's pretty cool. But despite their reputation, the Sidewinder is a very shy and non-aggressive animal. As you see, every little movement I make, he wants to haul butt, But they prefer to, remain hidden and still. Whenever they're threatened, they rely on their camouflage first. Then they'll use the rattle as a warning, and only as a very, very last resort they'll strike. Most Sidewinder bites happen when humans accidentally step on or disturb the snake. Come on, Bubba. Hey. But the Sidewinder doesn't, it doesn't chase people. In fact, it would much rather avoid us altogether. And I believe this is proof of it. When this snake sees me anywhere, he hauls butt to the other end of the enclosure. But, understanding this behavior really helps, reduce unnecessary fear and encourages, safer coexistence in the desert. The Sidewinder is a very patient and skilled hunter. Its diet consists mainly of, small rodents, lizards, and occasionally birds. But instead of, actively pursuing their prey, they use the ambush hunting method. They'll stay buried beneath the sand. The Sidewinder will just wait motionless. And then they use those heat sensing pits that are right there on the face between the eye and the nostril. I don't know if you can see it in here. He's kind of a small guy to be able to see that on. But where are you going, Bubba? Here, let me zoom out so I can keep you in frame. There we go. But anyway, they use those heat sensing pits, and that'll let them see, warm-blooded prey when it's passing by, even in the complete darkness. And then whenever the moment's right, they quickly strike, and very accurately. And these guys, really help control rodent populations, and by doing so, the Sidewinder plays a vital role in maintaining ecological balance in the desert, just as larger predators do in their ecosystems. Yes, the Sidewinder is venomous, but like all rattlesnakes, its venom is designed for hunting and self-defense. It's not aggression. The venom really helps immobilize prey quickly. It allows the snake to conserve energy, and it's a very essential survival strategy in the desert. The venom also helps, start the digestion process of their meals, before they ever even ingest it. But interestingly, Sidewinder venom is, relatively less potent than other, larger rattlesnakes, and the bites are, rarely fatal when they're treated, um, especially when they're treated promptly. But as with other snakes, components of its venom are being used and studied for potential medical applications, including pain management and blood related treatments. Again, some feared, becomes something valuable when studied. One of the most impressive aspects of the Sidewinder is how it survives desert heat. During the hottest parts of the day, they remain buried or sheltered, becoming more active in the cooler evenings and night times. Their light coloring, reflects sunlight. It moves, how do I want to say this? I guess its movement minimalizes, the heat contact. And then its metabolism is perfectly tuned to conserve energy. Sidewinders are a master of efficiency in one of the harshest environments on earth. Not any of us humans could go out in the Sonoran Desert and likely survive, a couple of weeks out there. I don't even know if we'd survive a week out there, honestly, if we were just dropped in the middle of the Sonoran Desert with nothing. But like many other species, the Sidewinder does face growing threats, and again, habitat destruction, off-road vehicle use, urban expansion, and human fear. Every bit of it is always human fear. Way too often these snakes are killed simply for existing. Sidewinders are not currently endangered, but protecting their habitats and educating the public is essential. The desert ecosystem depends on every link in the chain, even the quiet ones beneath the sand. The Sidewinder, I believe, teaches us a powerful lesson, or two. It shows us that adaptation is strength, and that silence can be survival, and that even in the harshest environments, that life finds a way to thrive. It reminds us that, fear often comes with misunderstanding, and that understanding leads to respect. And the Sonoran Desert Sidewinder is not just a snake, it's a symbol of resilience, balance, and intelligence. There you go. There's a little better look. He don't want to sit still. I might be able to get this guy on the hook to get him a little closer for y'all. But they move differently, they live quietly, and they survive where few others can. And when we take the time to learn about creatures like the Sidewinder, we learn not only about nature, but about ourselves, our responsibilities, and our place within creation. Guys, if you have any questions about the Sonoran Desert Sidewinder, I'd be willing to answer a few questions before we try to take a little closer look at him and before we move on to another snake. And if we have anybody here that has not yet hit the like button, if you don't mind, please do so. It really helps the channel out. What helps the channel even more than all else is if you actually give this a share. If you have anybody you can share it with, that'd be great. But if not, I appreciate the likes. It really helps a lot. What up, Space Cadet? Sure got it. Alright, let's see if we can't get a little closer look at this fella here. climb out of there, Bubba? Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Bubba. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You did it. No, you don't. You're not doing it that far. Come here. Come here, Bubba. Here, let's try to give you a close-up look. Here, let's give you guys a close-up look at your pretty face. Here, Bubba, here. Sorry, guys. It's very, very tough, you know, to keep them in front of the camera. And let me try to get my hooks in a position that'll keep him still. There's a pretty good look at them horn scales on his eyes. But, and I actually, you know what, I told you guys I would show you a little clip of how they move across the sand. So let me do that real quick. Alright guys, so this is how the Sidewinder actually moves across the sand. They're basically airborne. Their body just touches in those two spots. I'll show it again quick here. But anyway, so that's how they move. Pretty cool stuff. You can actually see him kind of moving his body that way slowly there. But anyway, guys, so that was the Sonoran Desert Sidewinder. Y'all give me a minute. I will get us another snake to check out. Let me put this guy up. Come here, Bubba. Come here. There you go, little Bubba. There you go. Okay. Now, let's show this guy right here. What's up, feisty? What's up, feisty little dude? Now, guys, this is a full-grown adult specimen of this snake. It's a small snake, but it is a full-grown adult. And we'll give him a minute to crawl around and get all his moving out, and then he'll lay back and relax a little bit. Let's try to look down in at him as he's moving around, checking out his surroundings. But guys, this guy here is a banded rock rattlesnake. I always butcher the scientific name, but I'm going to give it my best. It is Crotalus lepidus collabori. It's the banded rock rattlesnake. They're one of the most beautifully camouflaged and least aggressive rattlesnakes in North America. They're a perfect example of, how nature values, subtlety over spectacle. What up, Mystic? But the banded rock rattlesnakes are found, in the southwestern United States and northern Mexico, including parts of Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and Mexico's mountainous regions. Guys, I do my best to keep him on camera here, but like I say, the first couple of minutes he's going to cruise around and stuff, But we'll get a good focus on him here then. But unlike rattlesnakes that really live in the open deserts or the grasslands like the Sonoran Desert Sidewinder there, this species thrives in the rugged terrain, the rocks that provide shelter, temperature regulation and camouflage. In these environments, survival depends on blending in and staying still and avoiding attention. The rattlesnake is rarely seen in the wild, not because it's rare, but because it is exceptionally well adapted to staying hidden. The banded rock rattlesnake is a small to medium-sized rattlesnake, usually growing between 1.5 feet to 3 foot long. And its most striking feature is its coloration, which can vary widely depending on the rocks and its environment. I wish that y'all could see the colors of this snake in person. This snake has some like salmon colored undertones, and he's got this green iridescence on him that the camera just don't pick up. But some individuals are gray, others are greenish, like I'm saying here, pinkish, tan, This one's kind of got it all going on in person. But they often have, these dark cross bands along their bodies, and the variation just allows the snake to blend, pretty much perfectly into the surrounding stone. In a lot of cases, you could be looking directly at one and never even realize it. Their rattle is smaller and quieter than, that of a larger rattlesnake, basically reflecting its overall strategy, avoid detection rather than confrontation. How many types of rattlesnakes are there? What is there? I could get this wrong, but I believe there's about 40. Wait, I can't remember if it's 34 or 43 right now off the top of my head. But I think there's 34 different species of rattlesnakes. I think. But if they're disturbed, these guys, may slowly retreat into a rock crevice, or the rattle is using, sparingly with these guys, Bites are extremely rare. The species does not seek conflict, they seek safety. They really got a calm nature that just reminds us that, loud warnings and displays of force are not always the most effective defense. They use ambush tactics, they wait patiently along, rock edges and near crevices, where prey is likely to pass by. And with the help of the heat-sensing pits between the eye and the nostril there near its mouth, they can detect warm-blooded animals even in the complete darkness. And by controlling populations of small animals, the banded rock rattlesnake really helps maintain balance in the mountain ecosystems. It really just helps prevent overpopulation and resource depletion. Yes, the banded rock rattlesnake is venomous. However, its venom is mild compared to the larger rattlesnake species. And it's primarily used to subdue prey, rather than defend against humans. Bites are rare and almost never fatal, especially when treated promptly. Like other rattlesnakes, though, its venom is being used and studied for potential medical benefits, including research into pain relief and blood disorders, seizures, cancer, etc. Um, and once again, guys, we see that something feared can also be something useful whenever approached with knowledge instead of panic. Living in the rocky, elevated terrain, requires special adaptations. So the banded rock rattlesnake uses rock crevices to escape extreme heat, cold, and predators. It's most active during cooler parts of the day or evening, conserving its energy in a demanding environment. Um, their ability to, remain still for long periods just allows it to avoid predators and humans alike. So, in many ways, this rattlesnake survives not by dominance, but by patience and restraint. But even though the banded rock rattlesnake is not currently endangered, it also faces threats, from once again habitat destruction, mining, road construction, and human fear. Because it lives in specific rocky habitats, disruption to those areas can have serious consequences. Education is key. Look at the pink right there on the tail coming, as you see. It's just such like a salmon, a salmon color, pinkish orange, I reckon. And then, like I say, that green iridescence that goes down the body, it's so difficult. Every now and then I'm able to catch a glimpse of the green, on camera, but right now I'm not having good luck with it. But, education is key with these guys. When people understand, how rarely these snakes pose danger, they are less likely to unalive them out of fear. Conservation means learning to, share space, not eliminate what makes us uncomfortable. So, this rattlesnake teaches us, several important lessons, that quiet strength can be, very powerful, and that blending in can form, can really be a form of wisdom. And that patience is often the key to survival. So, in a world that, often rewards, loudness and speed, the banded rock rattlesnake survives through calm, balance, and restraint. How many types of snakes are there other than rattlers? Yeah, Mystic is right there. My goodness, there's so many species of snake that I couldn't even give you a number. I wish I could, but I just can't. But, in closing, guys, the banded rock rattlesnake is more than a hidden mountain dweller. It's really a symbol of subtle beauty, ecological balance, and peaceful coexistence. So, again, when we take time to learn about creatures like this one, we begin to see the natural world more clearly, not as something to fear, but as something to respect and protect. And I will try to get y'all a little bit closer look at this guy. Mystic, I cannot even answer that one, buddy. I wish I could. I really wish I could answer that, but I don't know. That's a good question. I guess it's something I should educate myself on. It would probably be very smart of me to do that. Trying to get you that green iridescence, but I just can't get it. There you can see it a little bit. And then, and let me adjust my camera up and I can probably get you a belly shot. There you go. There's the belly, which lets you see some of that pink and stuff. There's some of the green. You can see the green a little now. Right there. Oh, shit. Hey, Bubba. You fell off the freaking hook. Come here. Come here, Bubba. Hey. But, you can really see up close, you know, how they could blend in so seamlessly with the rocks. Just amazing. Alright, so I'm going to pull out another rattlesnake here. I'm actually going to show 2 more rattlesnakes tonight. So give me just a minute to switch out snakes here. And, you know, I may actually show 3 more rattlesnakes tonight, actually. Yeah, I think I'm going to show 3 more, but I won't talk as extensively about, you know, the last couple. Maybe this one I will, because this is one of my favorites. Come here, big girl. Come here, big girl. Hey. Come here, big pretty girl. Hey. Now this girl here, let me get you a close look at her eyes here to show you what I'm talking about. Here. This girl here is actually in shed right now. Let me adjust the camera up where we can see at the correct angle. Hey girl, hey. Yeah, this girl is in shed right now, so her eyes are blue. You see how her eyes are cloudy and blue? That's why she looks kind of off-white right now, because she is normally very, very white. But yeah, this girl here is one of my favorite species. Again, she's not as bright as she could be. In the next couple of days, we will show her again so you can see her true coloration, you know, after a shed. The smile just makes me believe he is. It's weird, most critters. Alright, guys. So, anyway, this here is the white speckled rattlesnake. It's scientifically known as Crotalus mitchellii. They're often called the speckled rattlesnake. This species is a master of camouflage and an excellent example of how survival depends on harmony with the environment rather than aggression. The white speckled rattlesnake is found in the southwestern United States and northern Mexico, including, Southern California, Nevada, Arizona, Baja California, and the surrounding desert regions. They prefer the rocky deserts, the lava fields, the canyon walls, and the dry mountain slopes. Um, she really don't look white in this video tonight. But these environments are harsh. They're hot during the day, cold at night, but they provide the perfect backdrop for this rattlesnake's, greatest strength, and that's blending in. In these rocky landscapes, standing out can be deadly. The white speckled rattlesnake survives by becoming almost invisible. The white speckled rattlesnake gets its name from the light colored, the background there with the speckles all over her, which scatter across the body like grains of sand or flecks of quartz, Its base color can range anywhere from gray and cream to pale pink, tan, blue, and everything in between. Often they match the rocks that they live in, or among, with remarkable precision. When I put this girl back up, I have some white rocks in her enclosure that you will actually get to see, how well she blends in. But they're a medium-sized rattlesnake. They typically grow between 2 and 4 feet long. They've got a slender build compared to some of the heavier-bodied species. Their rattle is very modest, reflecting, its preference, for remaining unnoticed rather than issuing loud warnings. In many cases, people only realize a snake is present when it moves, and by then, it's often already retreating. The white speckled rattlesnake is known for being calm and shy and non-aggressive. Its first line of defense is stillness instead of rattling or striking. They rely on camouflage to avoid, detection altogether. If they're approached, they may remain motionless, trusting to keep its color safe. If they're threatened further, they will quietly retreat into a rock crevice. The rattle is used very sparingly, and, bites are extremely rare. This behavior just reminds us that most effective, defense is often avoidance, not confrontation. The white speckled rattlesnake does, again, feed primarily on small mammals like mice and rats. They will eat some lizards and occasionally birds, but they use an ambush hunting strategy, waiting patiently near the rock ledges and stuff, for an animal to come along. They use those heat-sensing pits in the front of their face there that we've tried to show on a couple. I'll be able to show on her here in a little bit, the heat-sensing pits. But they use them. They can see it even in the complete darkness with those. When they strike, they do so very quickly and efficiently. They're all about conserving energy. It's an essential strategy in the desert environments. And also, these guys help control rodent populations. The rattlesnake plays a huge important role in protecting, vegetation, reducing crop damage, and limiting the spread of disease, things like hantavirus and Lyme's disease. Because rodents carry ticks and ticks carry Lyme's disease, people get Lyme's disease and then they're fucked up. But, so its presence, just really helps keep the ecosystem in balance. Like all rattlesnakes, the white speckled rattlesnake is venomous, but its venom is designed for hunting and, sometimes defense and if it needs to, but not aggression. The venom allows the snake to quickly immobilize its prey, avoid prolonged struggles that could result in injury. And, bites to humans are extremely rare. Extremely rare. And, they are very, very rarely fatal, when treated promptly. In fact, rattlesnake venom, including this species, is studied and used for potential medical applications, like treatments for blood disorders, pain management, seizures, cancer, many, many, many different things. What many see as dangerous can also be deeply valuable whenever it's understood. Living in the rocky desert environments, requires remarkable adaptations. So the white speckled rattlesnake is most active during the cooler parts of the day or night, avoiding the extreme heat. Its coloring, reflects sunlight. Its behavior really conserves energy, and its reliance on rock shelters helps it regulate body temperature. Every aspect of its life reflects efficiency and balance. Um, the snake does not, fight the desert, it fits into it. But although the speckled rattlesnake is not currently endangered, it does face threats from habitat destruction, urban expansion, off road vehicles, and human fear. Because they blend in so well, it is sometimes accidentally killed by vehicles or hikers who didn't even see it. So, education is one of the most effective tools for conservation. When people understand that these snakes are not aggressive and play a vital ecological role, unnecessary killings decrease. And that's why I push so hard for y'all to hit the like button and share these videos so we can get this out there to more people and try to help conserve these natural resources. Um, so anyway, coexistence just, it's is vital. We need to, we need to do it, and it's very possible, and it begins with awareness. So guys, like the others, this rattlesnake really teaches a few important lessons. It teaches that quiet, presence can be powerful, and that adaptation is a form of wisdom, and that living in balance with surroundings is key to survival. So, in a world that often values visibility and noise, the white speckled rattlesnake thrives, through subtlety and patience. The white speckled rattlesnake is more than a desert reptile hidden among rocks. It's a symbol of harmony, resilience, and the beauty of fitting perfectly into one's environment. When we take the time to learn about animals like this, we grow not only in knowledge, but in respect for the intricate balance of creation that we all share. Now, the next rattlesnake that I'm going to show you guys is my absolute favorite species of rattlesnake. Let me try to give you a little bit of a close up of her for a second, and then we'll get out the one I'm talking about. Again, it's my absolute favorite species. Um, Come here, girl. Come here, girl. Hey. Let's see, where you at, girl? Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You're staying on the hook. No, ma'am. I will not freehand you. No, ma'am. Nope. Nope. There ain't nobody here. We're using a hook. Okay? We're going to use a hook today. Here. But yeah, she's going to shed, so she got that sort of dull yellow color right now. But here in a day or two, we will show her again, and you'll get to see her. She'll be as bright white as those paper towels in there. But very, very pretty snakes. I would have to say this is my second favorite. My second favorite species of rattlesnake right here. Come on, girl. Stay still just a second, will you? Come on, good girl. Here. There you go. Let's go up on this hook here. All right, girl. Let's show your rattle off, and then we're done. There you go. And there's the rattle. You want to put your head down by the rattle so we can see it both at once? How about that? No. No, you're not going to cooperate. I wouldn't either. No, I wouldn't cooperate either. Oh, you know what? That's the problem. What the hell? There we go. There we go. There we go. But anyway, guys, there you go. That's the white southwestern speckled rattlesnake. And let's see. Looks like almost everybody fell off, but that's all right. We still have a couple people that are enjoying watching, so I will go ahead and show the next one. Actually, you know what? Before I get on to my favorite species, I do want to show you one other here. This one I'll keep very, very short, and then get on to my favorite species, and we'll call it a night then. Come here, girl. Come here, pretty girl. Hey. Hey, pretty girl. All right, guys. So, for any of y'all that were watching since the start, can y'all tell me what kind of rattlesnake this is? I'll get you a quick look at the tail. There's a quick look at the tail. You are correct, Sue. It is Bethany. Well, again, guys, this is a western diamondback, scientifically known as Crotalus atrox. It is the same snake as... Nope, this is an albino western diamondback mystic. But it is the same as the western diamondback I showed earlier. The only difference is this one is albino. Albino just means that it does not produce melanin, which is the, the gene or the pigment, responsible for dark colors like blacks and browns. And instead you end up with colors like these oranges and yellows and cream colors. And then you have the red eyes, and the red eyes come because that is actually the blood vessels you are seeing behind the eye. Yeah, guys, try to get me 2 more likes before I end. I have this snake and one more to show here. And once again, here, let's see if I can get her to move her rattle over a little without hauling ass. Nope, of course she was going to haul ass. But again, this is a specimen that's, about a year old, a little over a year again. And as you can see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 in a button again. So it's pretty common, and pretty similar, between rattlesnake species as far as being babies on how frequently they shed and stuff. And as I've already said, but in case there's anybody different in here, you cannot judge a snake's age by the number of buttons, or segments to the rattle. Because rattles do break off naturally in the wild, so you cannot accurately judge it. The only reason I, am pointing that out with these guys is because these guys are snakes that, I've raised up, so I know they have their original rattle. But this girl is what's known as a tangerine albino western diamondback. A lot of the times when you get a western diamondback albino or even an eastern diamondback albino, they are a much lighter yellow color. I personally like these more orange looking ones than I do the lighter yellows. Now the Crotalus atrox or the western diamondback comes in many different color morphs. I would have to say, the western diamondback is kind of the ball python of the rattlesnake hobby, whereas the monocled cobra would be the ball python of the elapids. And then obviously the ball pythons. But anyway, so my point to that is there are so many different color morphs for these snakes, that it's just ridiculous. I mean, you got melanistic, hypermelanistic. You got bubblegum albino, which is sort of a pink-looking rattlesnake. You got the normal albinos. You got this tangerine albino. You got purple haze. There's so many different color morphs to the Atrox. It's ridiculous. All right, so I will put this girl up and I will show y'all the last rattlesnake of the night. And we'll talk a little bit about the last rattlesnake of the night. Like I say, it is my favorite species. There you go, guys. You're getting a real accurate look of the color of this girl right here. Them diamonds being all nice bright orange like that, and then with the yellow. It's kind of weird. It's almost like a freaking road cone orange or something. It's weird, but it's cool. But yeah, so she's just flicking her tongue like that, real curious. It's a new place for her being in there and stuff, and she's not at all worried or nervous by the looks of it. Okay. There we go. Let's get her. Yeah, we'll take another minute to look at her here. Why not? Absolutely mystic, the morph thing, is so crazy how it happens, and how many variants there are in one species. It's just amazing. And I mean, the genetics behind it is just a whole lot of education, You can always learn something, I've been into the python breeding, for well over 20, about almost 25 years. And it's just still things to learn when it comes to genetics. I mean, I got into breeding Burmese pythons when I was about 16 years old. And then I turned to ball pythons, right around 2000, 2001. Yeah, she's walking the catwalk. She is showing off tonight. She's showing off her prettiness. She's a perfect albino, man. Absolutely perfect. That's why I kept her. Just because she was just flawless, Every single diamond down her back is pin near identical. I mean, it's just flawless. She got one little spot right there that's kind of out of place to me. But even that's just, I don't know. She just the best. whenever I breed these guys, I cannot, you know, I can't keep them. I mean, they just sell so freaking fast. It's insane. Come on, big girl. Come on, big girl. Here you go. Here you go, big girl. Come on. Here you go. There you go, big girl. See? There's your house. All right. So now we will get out Daddy's favorite species. Not his favorite snake, but his favorite species. And actually, I think we might do something a little interesting here. Let's do something interesting tonight here. Don't you strike here, girl. Okay, so let's do something a tidbit interesting. I gotta grab something quick, guys. Hit her. Sleeping.
I've been hit her.
It's ugly.
Oh, fuck you, asshole.
When it looks like that, it should hurt.
Fuck you, chicken asshole.
That should hurt.
Yeah, you can't help yourself.
Can't.
Can I help yourself?
Let them baby rattlesnakes eat them. What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna look fat.
Yeah, they're gonna fat.
All right, guys. So I see there's only a couple of you left, but that's okay. If any of y'all do not want to see a live feeding, you may want to turn your heads because I'm about to show you a live feeding of a snake. Ta-da! What do we got here? What do we have here? Look at that. Let me zoom out a little. There's a little dude rattling. Once he realizes that mouse is in there, it's on. Oh, he's catching on. He sees it. He sees it. Here we go. The chase is on. Get him, boy. What's up, Metalhead? This is the biggest meal I've ever fed these guys. Uh-oh, I'm gonna have to help them. Shit. That damn mouse. Get out. Get out of there. Get out of there. Come on. Get out of there. There you go. Alright, let me find the tongs. We'll do it with the tongs. Nope, there we go. There we go. There we go. Are you gonna get him? Are you gonna get him? No? What? Why didn't you get him? I figured I would do it like this to let them hunt. You gonna get them, buddy? Hey, Metalhead, smash that like button. I need 2 more likes to get me to 30 for the night. I know you can do that for me, man. What's up, Clint? Hello, do they lose instinct to hunt in the wild? Nah, they don't lose their instinct. Nope. Nope. This little guy just may not be quite hungry yet. I have another one over here that's usually a little faster of an eater than this guy. So let me see here. Maybe we can get this one to eat quicker. Let me sit this on here. Hey, Clint. I'm sure you already did, but if you haven't, please smash that like button. I need 1 more to hit 30 likes. I'm trying to hit 30 likes before I end here. It says 29, but it may take a minute or something, Metal. I appreciate it. There we go. That guy just bit him already. So I said this dude's usually a little faster eating than the other. Let me try to get this light to quit glaring for us. There we go. Yep, I'm at 29, so I still need 1 more, Metalhead. Not likely, Clint. It probably wouldn't survive, buddy. This snake's a savage. That thing ain't even all the way dead yet, and he's eating it. Like, that thing's a freaking animal. Ugh. Oh, yep, he realized it ain't dead yet. There you go. It's looking stiff now, buddy. Oh, it shows 30 for you? Okay, buddy. Yeah, it's still showing 29 on both of mine, but like I say, it might take a little bit. I appreciate it, my man. So, I'm going to send you an email, Metalhead, in a little bit, bud. So anyway, guys, for anybody in here that is new or, you know, haven't been around the channel that much or anything like that. Hang on, I'm trying to get this snake in his freaking cage. Apologize. But this guy here is the timber rattlesnake. He is scientifically known as Crotalus horridus. They are one of the oldest and most widely distributed rattlesnake species in the United States. They are also one of the most misunderstood. The timber rattlesnake is found throughout the eastern and central United States, all the way from New England to northern parts of Florida, all the way out through the Midwest, Minnesota and northeastern Texas. They prefer, the deciduous forests, the rocky hillsides, the forest edges, and mountain terrain, rocky outcrops and stuff. The environments that they like really provide cover, temperature stability, and access to prey. Timber rattlesnakes, often return to the same rocky dens year after year. What's up, Puff? And it just shows a strong connection to their home territory. Because they live near forests and sometimes close to human development, encounters do happen. Uh-oh, we're off screen. There we go. But they're far less common than many people assume. The timber rattlesnake is a large, heavy-bodied rattlesnake. They often get between 3 and 5 feet long, with some individuals reaching even larger than that. Their coloration varies, but most of them have a yellowish black background, especially in the Northeast and down through the Southeast and the Midwest. We're looking at like tan and gray or brown background, with those dark jagged crossbands or chevrons, along the body. A lot of them have that distinctive rust-colored stripe running down the center of the back, and that really helps identify the species. Their thick body and strong build just reflects their lifestyle as a patient ambush predator rather than an active hunter like a cobra. But despite their size, the timber rattlesnake is known for being, very docile, calm, and deliberate. They're never aggressive. They prefer to really just remain still and he's making a liar out of me as I say that, but no, they prefer to remain, still and rely on their camouflage rather than, flee or fight. But, if threatened, they'll remain motionless, trusting that their camouflage will make it where they won't be seen, The rattle is used as a warning, not a threat, and bites usually only occur, when the snake is stepped on or handled or deliberately provoked. The timber rattlesnake would rather be left alone, and in most cases, it leaves humans alone as well. The timber rattlesnake does feed primarily on rodents like mice, rats, chipmunks, and squirrels, along with an occasional bird. And it makes an incredibly important species for controlling rodent populations, more so than a lot of the other rattlesnakes I've shown tonight. Rodents can damage, crops, spread disease, and disrupt forest, regeneration. But by keeping these populations in check, the timber rattlesnakes help maintain healthy forests and balanced ecosystems. In a lot of ways, the snake, quietly protects the very landscapes humans depend on. And yes, the timber rattlesnake is venomous, but its venom is designed for, subduing prey efficiently, not for attacking people. In fact, timber rattlesnakes often deliver dry bites, and what that is it's a bite where they don't inject any venom whenever they're defending themselves. Whenever medical care is available, fatalities are extremely rare. However, untreated bites have historically been fatal. Including, what, how do I want to say this? I guess like some of the other rattlesnakes, their venom is also studied, and used in some cases for medical research, including, treatments related to blood clotting, circulation, pain, seizures, and so on. And once again, something feared reveals, unexpected value when it's understood. The timber rattlesnake has faced very serious declines in many parts of its range. And again, due to habitat loss, road mortality, intentional killing, and in some states, it is now protected by law, and actually in many, many states it is. Because the populations have dropped so significantly, one major challenge is fear. Many timber rattlesnakes are killed simply for existing, even when they don't pose any immediate danger. Education is essential. When people learn how, rarely these snakes bite and how important they are to ecosystems, coexistence becomes possible. The timber rattlesnake teaches us some very powerful lessons. They teach us that strength does not, require aggression, and that stillness can be a form of wisdom, and that every creature has a role, even those we fear. So it kind of reminds us that balance in nature depends on tolerance, understanding, and respect. But the timber rattlesnake is more than a forest dwelling reptile. It's a guardian of balance. It's a controller of pests, and it's a reminder that healthy ecosystems include predators as well as prey. Whenever we replace fear with knowledge and respect, creation as a whole, we take an important step towards, being better stewards of the world that we share. Hey guys, if there is anybody here that has not yet hit that like button, please smash that like button. Puff, you didn't smash that like button yet. Please hit that like button. I'd appreciate it, buddy. You hit the like button already? Alright, buddy. It's ripping me off then, man. The damn thing's ripping me off. Like, because some people are showing 30, I'm showing 29, and then I didn't see it even budge after you come in. But you might have been here earlier, that's all. All good, homie. I appreciate you. I just always remind you trolls, because you guys got used to not hitting the like button for anybody.
She needs the hairbrush. I think it's right over there.
Yeah, that's crazy. We should be at 33, but yeah, nah, ain't showing yet anyway. Yeah, the counter rips me off all the time. I think it rips me off on views too. Like, I've been trying to post this one short video about two corn snakes that were trying to eat the same rat or the same mouse at the same time, and started eating each other. And for some reason, I post that video, it will not get any views, man. Like, I think it made it up to 19 views. Like, but that's it. It's crazy. Most of my stuff gets, anywhere from 1,500 to 4,000. But that video will not take off to save my life. I've tried 3 or 4 different times now. So anybody that's here that has a minute, yeah, that's why, Sue. So any of y'all that have a minute with that video I'm talking about with the corn snake, if you can watch that video, I have it posted twice. You know, one, it has a picture of a gaboon viper at the very beginning that says wait for it. But that one and then the corn snake one, if you watch both of those and hit the like button, drop a comment, and if you can share it, even if you share it with yourself, I don't care. But do that, and let's see if we can get that video to take off, because I really think that if I get that one into the algorithm, I think that video will do real good. But trying to get it out there is killing me. I don't know what's going on with it. Yeah, it was a crazy cool video, and it just will not hit the algorithm. I don't understand. Oh shit, you lost 8 subs. Yeah, I'm getting ready to switch over to long form videos. I did shorts and live streams to get my sub count up there and everything. You know, I've done everything that you see on this channel in 5 months, you know, as far as subscribers and stuff goes. The channel's old, but I never posted anything prior to about 5 months ago. And it might be 6 months now, but I got, you know, 3,400 subscribers and, you know, full monetization and everything. And, you know, Jesus, I hit full monetization in about 2 months, but I never turned it on until about a week or so ago. So I'm going to switch over to long form videos really, really soon, though. All right, so guys, that was Crotalus horridus, the timber rattlesnake. That was Crotalus horridus. I'm gonna let it up to you guys here. I'm going to let it up to the viewers. Do y'all want to see another rattlesnake? If you want to see another one, I'll show you another one. If you're done, let me know. Yeah, that was one of the babies, Sue. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, check that video out for me. Heck yeah, I appreciate that. Definitely, yeah, like it, comment, and share if you can. Like I said, even share it with yourself is fine. The shares are the best way to get something pushed out to the algorithm. Yeah, they're doing good. Yep, yep. Alright, well, there's still enough people in here. I think I'm going to go ahead and show one more rattlesnake here. So, let me clean this cage out. Randy Savage. The Rattlesnake Jake. Rattlesnake Jake lives with my son. Let's let that alcohol dry for just a minute. I'll put some new paper towels in and we'll show another rattlesnake. Yeah. Very important to clean between snakes. I know I didn't do it between every snake, but I know my snakes well. And these timber rattlesnakes are the ones that I got to be very cautious with because of snake fungal disease. Oh, okay, yeah, we can call him Randy, absolutely. But Sue, he is going to be staying with us. He's not one of the release ones. I have never shown the release ones on the channel because I haven't wanted people to, you know, start saying, oh, we should keep that one or we should keep that one please, because then it would make me want to keep them. And I don't want to keep them. I want to release them. So the two that you just saw are ones that are going to live with us forever. Now they will be in my outdoor habitat that I have out there, but they won't be released into the wild. It's close enough to the wild, but not quite the wild. I am very easily influenced about snakes. When people tell me, oh, you should get this one, or you should get that one, or keep this one or that one, I am very easily influenced. So I have to pace myself. Let me get my longer hook. This guy's a nutcase. You're a nutcase, dude. You are a psycho. Look how this guy holds his body stiff, like a board. This guy's a nut, man. Oh yeah, it is so. This guy's a biter too. He likes to bite. This guy is a striking little son of a gun. Son of a gun. If you look though, right here on his body, right there on his side, you see that black spot? That's actually a spot where a prairie rattlesnake bit him early in the summer. But anyway, guys, this snake right here is the Massasauga rattlesnake. They are smaller and quieter than many rattlesnakes. The Massasauga, you know, lives in places that people often overlook, like the wetlands, prairies, and the grasslands. Its name comes from a Native American word meaning great river mouth. It just reminds us that the snake has, long been part of the natural landscapes of North America. The Massasauga rattlesnake, scientifically known as Cistrurus tergeminus, I believe is how you say it. Um, but anyway, this specific one is a Western Massasauga, um, and they're found, all through the Midwest and all over the place, very widespread. But unlike many rattlesnakes that prefer the dry or rocky terrain, the Massasauga lives near marshes, swamps, wet prairies, and grass lowlands. They also use the nearby upland areas during the different seasons, moving through like the patchwork habitats. Because these environments are often drained or developed, the Massasauga's habitat has become increasingly rare. The Massasauga is a small to medium rattlesnake. Usually it's anywhere from 2 to 3 feet long. They do have a thick body and a triangular head and a pattern of dark blotches, along a gray or light brown background. Their rattle is very small and quiet, sometimes very difficult to hear, which really makes this species even more reliant on camouflage and stillness for protection. The snake is built, not for intimidation, but for survival in dense vegetation. The Massasauga is known for being shy, secretive and non-aggressive. It really often remains motionless whenever it's approached, just really relying on that camouflage to avoid detection. Um, the Massasaugas eat, other small mammals too, like mice, voles, shrews, sometimes frogs and even small birds. And yeah, they're venomous. However, the venom is used, primarily for subduing prey, not attacking humans. And bites are rare, and fatalities are extremely uncommon, especially when you receive medical care. In fact, the Massasaugas often deliver less venom than larger rattlesnakes, making them less dangerous, to people. Um, as with other rattlesnakes, though, its venom is studied for medical research, and that there helps turn fear into potential benefit. But the Massasauga rattlesnake, has suffered significant population declines. Again, habitat loss, wetland drainage, road mortality, human fear. And the eastern Massasauga is now protected by law, and it is listed as endangered. So, we really need to focus hard on conservation efforts and focus on habitat, restoration, education, and, coexistence. If we can get people to learn that, rattlesnakes are not aggressive and are rarely encountered, unnecessary killings decrease. And saving this species means saving, the wetlands, the grasslands, and all the stuff that it depends on. The Massasauga rattlesnake teaches us some important lessons, that small does not mean unimportant, and that quiet creatures can have powerful impact, and also that balance in nature depends on every species, even the ones we rarely see. And it really reminds us that stewardship includes protecting the overlooked and misunderstood. So I say, the Massasauga rattlesnake is more than a small secretive reptile. It's really a vital part of North America's wetland and prairie ecosystems, and it's a symbol of how fragile balance can be when habitats are lost. If we can get people to choose understanding over fear and protection over destruction, we can honor not only this species, but the responsibility we share as caretakers of creation. I would rather in your mouth than make fun of you. I'm, I was hoping you would catch it. Oh, fuck. Well, guys, that is the Massasauga rattlesnake. It was salty, was it? I bet it was. Was it thick? It was thick and salty, wasn't it? Nice and gooey. Nice and gooey. Come on, dude. Told you this dude is a psycho. Psycho snake. Psycho snake. Yeah, there we go. What's up, Psycho Snake? What's up, Bubba? Psycho Snake, Psycho Snake. Well, you got a Psycho Snake. Whoop, 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 whoop. Alright. Alright, you know what, guys? You guys twisted my arm. We're going to look at another one. Now, this guy here is going to take me a moment to calm him down. So, he's going to come out of this thing like a bull coming out the chute. But we'll get him in this tub. We'll possibly put a lid on him for a minute. Calm his butt down. And then we'll pull the lid back off and take a look at him. But he is a freaking nutcase. If there's anyone here that ain't hit that like button, come on, smash that like button. Come on, man. Why won't that thing open? There we go. Oh, nope. Come on. Come on. Mr. Rattlesnake. Hey, why are you biting the hook? You're not going to do anything by biting the hook, bro. Come on, you psycho. Don't make me use the tongs on you. Come on, fucking wire. Hey, calm down, Bubba. Hey, calm down, Bubba. Calm down. There you go. Calm down. It's okay. You see that real long, slow tongue flick there? How he's holding that tongue out? That's basically him saying, F you, I'm gonna nail you. Now those tongue flicks are kind of curiosity tongue flicks. But I still don't trust him. This guy is a jerk. I always tell y'all that rattlesnakes are not aggressive. This snake's name is Dick. He is a Crotalus viridis. He is the prairie rattlesnake. This is the one that bit the other snake. Yep, this is the one that bit the other rattlesnake that we just had in here. Yeah, he actually bit the Massasauga. The most venomous rattlesnake species. That's a good one. It is a toss-up between the Mojave Green and, well, in North America, I would say it's the timber rattlesnake. Now, when it comes to overall of all rattlesnakes, I don't know what science says, but my opinion is the Tazabcan rattlesnake. It is not immune to its venom. It is resistant to it, though. The rattlesnake I just took out of here is a Massasauga, and he was bit by this prairie rattlesnake, and he was fine, but he got a big gaping hole in his side for a while. I had to pack it full of Neosporin all the time and to get it to heal up. But yeah, this guy is a bad boy. His name is Dick. Watch, if I even put my hook down there, watch. Bam, look at that shit. Just reaching my hook over there. He's on alert. He got that tongue hanging out there, like, you know, that tongue says, I'm gonna nail your ass. So, Bubba, try to get his attention over there a minute so I can zoom in. There we go. But yeah, so this guy, yeah, he's super reactive. Yeah, this guy, if I am gonna ever get bit by a rattlesnake in my collection, it will be this snake to do so. That Massasauga that we showed was an adult, buddy. They get about 2.5 feet long. Come on, Bubba. Hey, cut it out. It's okay. It's all right. Hey, it's all right. Cut it out. Cut it out. As you see, I put a hook in front of him every time I adjust the camera, you know. All night you've been seeing me just adjust it real close to these snakes because all the rest are okay. Yeah, I came in. This is what I was talking about earlier. People call this, you know, the strike position. Now, yes, this position gives them an advantage, especially being against the corner of this enclosure. It gives them a great advantage for striking. However, there is no universal strike position. A snake can strike from any position. It does not need to be S-ed up like this. It does not need to be coiled up like this. That snake can strike at any time. Yeah, Massasaugas, you probably have the eastern Massasauga where you're at, Brant, or Puff, and they're definitely losing ground, though, man. Definitely losing ground. Yeah, this guy is an adult. Yes, this is a full-grown prairie rattlesnake right here. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said, Metal, I do not freehand any venomous snakes. I have one in my collection, well, two in my collection that I do freehand every now and then, but not very often. You know, like the little white speckled rattlesnake, I'll free handle her, just because she's so chill, you know. But the only other one I'll free handle is my black phase timber rattlesnake. But I will never do it on camera because I don't agree with showing that. But as you see this dude putting his tongue out, you know, that real slow tongue, if you see that tongue, how it's coming out and down, you know, he's sort of sizing things up. But now if you see that tongue fold up over the top of his head, like he's starting to fold it up there, you see him fold it up over the top and hold it there for a minute. This guy is going to nail my ass. Yes, Crotalus viridis. Yes, sir. Yes, I definitely cuddle with that black phase. I literally, no joke, and I will show you in private sometime, but that black phase, I'll sit there with him on my lap. No, a black phase horridus timber. As a baby, this guy is about the size of the baby timber rattlesnakes. Yeah, black phase viridis would be pretty sick. I don't even know if there's any morphs out there of the viridis, really. It'd be really cool, though. He's staring at the camera because I'm directly behind the camera. Here, look, I'm right here. There you go, guys. You get the classic rattlesnake pose. Look at that. What's up, Bubba? You want the good news now or later, dude? Huh, Dick? You want the good news now or later? Right now? Okay, the good news is this is your new cage, Bubba. This is your new cage. You're going to stay in this for a couple of weeks. Oh, yeah, he's much worse than Snitch. Much worse. You know, Snitch is a psycho, but Snitch is really only a psycho in his cage. After I get Snitch out for a few minutes and you know, touch him with the hook repetitively, Snitch will calm down. This guy just never calms down. This guy stays ready to hurt somebody at all times. If you got bit by this guy, you would definitely need to go to the hospital immediately. It'd be a very dangerous bite. Are you here, Just Ashley? Yeah, exactly. Metal. Same way with me. I, kept right on working and stuff that day. I hopped back on the skid steer and went to work for the day. And I freaking shouldn't have, when I got bit by that copperhead. No, it says she's gone. How the hell do you figure that out, bud? Oh. Ashley, I'm just answering your question from earlier. I can't see the whole thing, when I'm streaming. But no, not at all. If I read the very first couple of words and I'm saying not at all, to your question. No reason to be. I hopefully I can read the rest of it here. I'm going to try to read the rest real quick. Let's see. No reason. No. Like I say, no problem at all. Not at all. I think Zom had a sore pussy for 2 days, but other than that, hell, everybody's gets sore now and then. Hell, even mine does. So we're good. Ain't no grudge. I mean that. Oh, I'm sure it has. I'm sure. I understand. That's why I say I haven't got upset, not even a little bit, about none of it. Like I'm not that guy. I'm the kind to tell you if I get pissed off ever, I'm not afraid to let you know I'm pissed off. Don't ever. You never got to question it. You'll know for sure if I'm mad. Or upset or in any way. I'm a pretty vocal fucking person. Hey, Metal, what happened with your boy? Where's your boy at? He hadn't gone live anymore. I thought y'all were building a YouTube empire. So anyway, Metal, I hate to talk about this stuff on this channel, but we got a proposal for you. Did your phone die, Metalhead? I got you. Well, anyway, we got a proposal. I don't know if you were in on one of your alts or not when I said this last night, but fucking I would like to set up a cage match. If Jay would be willing to do it and you would be willing to do it, I would like to set up a cage match. I throw down with Jay and you and Brant throw down, and we charge a small fee for the fight, and all proceeds go to victims of children crime victims. We donate all the proceeds to a charity for children crime victims. Win or lose. And we would live stream the fights. Yeah, I'm being serious about it. You check to see if Jay is down, and we will. It's not something we would jump into in a week or nothing, because we'd have to promote it. But we will take it serious, and we will promote the thing, and try to get some viewers, and make this thing make a few dollars to donate to the children's fund. You're not going to watch the fight. I understand, Cayman. It's not going to be like a backyard fist fight or nothing. It's going to be like a UFC style fight. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, it'll be legitimate metal for sure. It would be a legitimate deal. There would be fucking. It would be MMA gloves. Yeah, it'd be. I mean, if y'all want to do bare knuckle Kimbo Slice style shit, we can do that. But I'd prefer it to be a UFC style fucking deal. MMA style deal. If this snake bit you, Cayman, you would get some massive swelling. It would hurt really bad, and you would probably get what's called necrosis, and that's where the tissue dies and stuff. You would possibly have to get some amputations done. Possibly. Yeah, that's fine. I would rather do gloves too. I mean, honestly, I'd rather it be since we're trying to raise money for a charity, yes, I would rather it be like that too. Absolutely. Brent actually has connections in New York. He's got connections in New York, where this could happen and everything. He's got the gyms up there and shit, to keep it all legitimate and legal and all that. Metal, he might wear you out, man. You never know. You may have the power, but he may have the stamina. Look, that's what I'm thinking with Jay. Jay's got that retard strength. If Jay hits me, it's going to fucking hurt, and I know it. And I'm not afraid to say it. But, it's going to be all about, it's going to be all about fucking strategy, man. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, we can make it happen, and if Jay agrees, we can get the money together. We'll take donations and shit to get the money together to get him a flight or whatever needs to happen. That way, he don't have to try to come up with the money to get there and everything. We'll make sure it's covered. This function says I'm 261, 295. I'd need time to lose 40. I'm 6'2" and 250, so 255, but yeah, oh yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Metal. We're not raising money for us. I'm just saying we would raise money for Jay's trip there, and maybe your gas or whatever to get there too. But no profits. All proceeds outside of travel would go to donation. To victims of children's crimes. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, talk with Jay, and seriously, we gotta promote it for a couple of months. You know, we need to get people interested. So we need to, when everybody agrees, we'll start promotion for a little while and see if we can get enough people to agree to pay, or whatever, to make a few dollars to make this happen. Yeah, Puff. All right. Well, if you have other connections too, that's straight. God damn it, this snake about took me the fuck out. You guys may not have me by the time this happens, but nah, seriously though, the fighting firefighter, hell yeah. But yeah, fucking whatever connections you got and all that, man. Yeah, that's straight too. Whatever, Puff. However we make this work, wherever there's connections and we can, where we can land a gym, keep this thing legitimate and shit, I'm down. However, like I say, we need promotion time anyway, so that'll work. Hell yeah. Well, we'll make it all happen. You talk to Jay, you get Jay's fucking word in it. Cool. And if Jay don't go for it, how about you and Brant go, and I'll take the winner of you two. Absolutely, absolutely. We'll get Jay to wherever he's got to go, round trip, expenses paid for Jay. We'll pay for your fuel too, metal, whatever we got to do. I hope Jay goes for it. It might help Jay's YouTube channel too, putting something like this on. So he might be able to benefit from this shit. You can even show him where I said if Jay hits me, he might make some good connections. It's gonna suck because I know he got that retard strength, but we'll be good. We'll be good. No, look, this whole thing is not going to be promoted as a sicko. Nothing is going to be promoted as a sicko when it comes to this thing. This is going to be promoted as a fucking match, trying to make some money to donate to, children victims of predators. Hell yeah, dysfunction. Hey man, I'm old now, man. It's been a while since I've done any of this kind of shit, but so I very well may get my ass handed to me. We'll find out. We'll find out though. Everything's on the up and up. That's what I'm saying here. We're going to keep everything above board with this. And that's why I told you, when the first question come up, we can do it Kimbo Slice style, but I'd prefer to do this legitimate, shake hands before and after and, make her happen. Yeah, there you go. Start promoting that motherfucker. Jay is a Czech fighter. I know, man. I know. That's what I'm scared of. Hey, fishy, fishy. Where the fuck you at, fishy? There's my fishy. There's my fishy. My mama fishy. Get out of here, mama. Fucking cornrows. Alright, I'm going to grab another snake while we're talking here. I'm going to give her a different spot to stay. I think his head's already shaved. The last time I saw him, he looked like a big gentleman. Hi, big girl. Hey. Hi, big girl. Oh, I know, Huffy, Huffy, Huffy. You're so huffy. I know. I already know. It's so tough being a Gaboon Viper. I know. It's a tough life, isn't it? It's a tough life to be a Gaboon Viper. Tough, 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 tough life. Huh. Come here, big fat girl. Come on. Go on. Go on, big tubby girl. Go on. Go on. Get her down in there. There you go, girl. Puff the magic dragon lives by the sea. Most of my life has been eating fruit snacks and cupcakes. Baby Huffy. Nah. I'm too scared, baby Huffy. I gotta pick you up, girl. I'm too scared to do this with you in there. Here you go, girl. Here you go, big girl. Come on. Come on, let's get back in there now. There you go, big girl. There you go, big girl. Go on. Get your butt in there. There you go. This is baby Huffy, the West African Gaboon Viper. Sorry, buddy, I wasn't ignoring your questions. I was just messing with her for a minute. So whenever I'm actually physically working with the snakes, I don't pay attention to the comments, just out of trying to stay safe. In a jar, metalhead. Give the snakes some Mountain Dew. The snake likes Mountain Dew eggs. Hey, Brant, at least put some tissues in your pants, buddy. Coves' rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. I just hope Jay don't go to prison before this. Yeah, I just hope Jay don't go to prison before this fight, man. That would fuck it all up. Adrian can step in? Alright, hell yeah. Yeah, have a prison cage match. Hey, Brent, I was just busting your balls about the tissues. Thank you, Smiley. I appreciate that. Are you talking about the snake? Or was it me or the snake you're talking about? Brand, if you win, I'll give you Cobes 1. And if I win, I get to shave your head. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's a deal. That's like a sore dick. You can't beat it, Brant. Hell yeah. Dysfunction? Dysfunction, you better retract your bet while you can, man. It's going to happen. Have a good night, buddy. Roberts, we'll talk to you later, man. Thanks for stopping in. Make sure you smash that like button if you haven't already. Awesome, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I got a lot of badass shorts out there. If you have time, check them out. Make sure you smash the like while you do it. Really helps spread them out there when you do. See you next time, though, buddy. Yeah, that's what I said. Even if Jay don't fucking, do it, because I doubt he's gonna. But if he don't fucking, we'll find somebody else. All right, Hank. Have a good night, buddy. Unless you are gonna watch while you deal with your propane and propane accessories. Who said you was leaving? Oh, okay. Bully did. Yeah, she not leaving yet. Sue's always the last man standing. Hey, do you guys miss Bobby Joe yet? Yeah, that's a good charity, man, but we want it to go to victims of, SA for kids. But if you want to pick a charity too, we could split it between the two. Metal, I blocked her, man. I hated to do it, but she, I'm in the middle of, conversations with people about, snakes, and she's, worried about being lovers and stuff with people. And I don't mind at the end of the show, like right now, what we're doing. But when I'm in the middle of, answering questions and people asking stuff, I can't have that all the time. And I tried to talk to her about it, and she just didn't get it. Yeah. Well, I had blocked her a long time ago, but I unblocked her, giving her another chance. ahead, if you ever need help with your plumbing, Queertus will help you get it straightened out. Queertus is good with the Roto-Rooter. He must keep looking in the fucking mirror or something, or he's watching his old videos making himself sick. You're about to make a food hack? Hardy Joe's here. What up, Hardy Joe? Alright, later on, Dysfunction. Have a good one, bro. Looks like I gotta pull it up on the laptop since Hardy Joe's here. So I can translate. Fuck. I can at least translate the incoming, Sue. It ain't giving me the translate option. What the fuck, man? It ain't giving me the translate option. What the fuck? Allow. Let's check that one. Hello, Kawan. I may have got it translating. everyone's words look funny. What? Where the hell? I cannot translate. I don't know why this new computer won't let me fucking do it, man. What the hell? Settings, languages, okay. Settings, languages. Did she yawn? Yeah, she did. That's a big old yawn. Ah, there we go. I got Sue's to translate. What the fuck? Yes. There are some new people watching, plus there are some new snakes you've never seen before. Artie Joe, I miss you all. Artie Joe, Sue, Tom, how is your family? I hope your family is always well or healthy. There we got it to translate. Awesome. They stay really, really still. Sue, you're such an ass kisser. I'm joking. Hardy Joe, the language when I talk should translate for you because I have dubbing turned on. That's good. Keep kissing because it keeps people around. It's your charming personality that keeps these people watching. Oh boy. Yes, I'm very busy because my neighborhood is flooded and my team and I have to help residents evacuate snakes that have entered their homes. Sudan, oh, Sudan residents. Hey, all I know is Tom better be nice to me because if he gets out of line, I'm gonna give Bobby Joe his cell phone number. Absolutely. No, translate back to him? Nah, it won't let me type and translate back. Let me see here. No, damn it. No, it won't do it. Fuck. Translate. Nope. It'll only translate to English for me. Translate. Choose another language. Indonesia. Indonesia. Translate. Did it change it for me, Sue? Oh fuck, it changed the entire chat. Woo. Oh no, I caused myself problems. Translate. English. Choose another language. English, A, B, C, D, E. There it is, English. Translate. Ah, there we go. Whew. Message retracted. Hard to go, okay. Nope, I can't figure it the fuck out. Whatever, he's got to learn how to use Google Translate. Just tell him. Please use Google Translate. I can translate the shit he says very easily, but saying stuff to him I can't. You agree. You agree. Hey everybody, I appreciate you stopping in. Smash that like button for us while you're here. If you already have, I appreciate it. Burr. Below zero. Below zero. Zero. Below zero. Below zero. What house Arigato, Mr. Roboto? Yeah, there is no such app, Sue Tom. It's not an app, it's Google Translate, bro. Can he tell him to turn on captions on the video and he can hear me talk? And then it's very simple to translate. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. You had to fucking put that song in my head, Dysfunction. What the fuck, bro? Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Wonder how many people actually know what that song is saying. I bet very, very few. We always try to be careful. Could you please enable subtitles on the live stream? That should translate it. Absolutely. If he turns on subtitles, I have it set up to dub, which should take my voice and give him captions in his language. If it don't, then I don't know. I hate to be this way, but worst comes to worst. You are welcome to just ignore it. You know, I'm not being rude, but one ain't gonna make or break us, especially being so sporadic anymore. Alright, so 1, 2. Sticks rocked. Hell yeah. Don't know where we got to, Mr. Roboto. All right, let me move some snakies around. Oh, baby huppy, calm down, girl. And just move you over here, Jesus. Yeesh, grouchy girl. Jeez. There it is. There it is. I put in. There's a rattler snake in my room. There's a rattlesnake in my room. Hey man, hope you're doing. Hey, what up, Wildlife Michael? How are you, buddy? Ain't seen you in a minute, man. Awesome, awesome. Glad you got to see her before I moved her. You're as bad as this guy, but with dogs, hell yeah. $11 puppy dogs. Wow. That is a handful of puppy dogs. Guys, let me show you how nasty cobras are. Check this out. You know, I showed this guy last night and gave him new water last night. Look what he done. He dropped a deuce in his water bowl. You little jerk. You little jerky jerk. Dude. Yes, I will give you clean water again, bro. I will give you clean water again. Alright? Alright, I got you. I got you, buddy. Let me get you, let me find the tongs. You're not biting my frickin' fingers off. No way. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Where'd that damn queer put my tongs at? My tongue. Where'd you put them at? Where it is? You filthy son of a bitch. Where'd you stick them? At the Southeast Reptile Show. What's that? I wanted to let you know I got my first green anaconda. Awesome, brother. Awesome. Man, you're going to have to come in and we're going to have to do a collaboration so you can show the green anaconda, man. That's badass. That's a nice snake to have. Guys, watch this. I'm sorry, but I have to do this.
Can you guess where the biggest known volcano is?
Ah! Motherfucker! You son of a bitch! You motherfucking bastard! You bastard! Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you all to hell! You motherfucker! You fucking son of a bitch!
Are you tired, bud?
Yeah! Motherfucker! Go away! Go the fuck home!
Alright, I'll call it truce till morning. 11 a.m. Have you a good night, buddy.
Yeah, whatever. Go away.
I'm sorry, guys, to interrupt the snake show. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I actually was coming to ask you if you saw my feeding tongs while cleaning because they are MIA, and I saw you were sleeping, so
You couldn't hear this.
I couldn't.
You son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Fuck you. Go on.
They just so the feeding tongs. See them?
No, I haven't. No, I did not see him when I was cleaning. I did not see him anywhere. You came downstairs any point?
No, I'll search. Whoop whoop! Whoop whoop! That was for the juggalos and the juggalettes. Oh, fuck me. Wow. I can't believe he lost my damn tones. What the fuck? Now what am I supposed to do? Well, snakes. Well, snakes, I'm sorry, but you don't get no water tonight, 'cause I can't find my frickin' feeding cones. Well, maybe next time, buddy. I got him. Got him. That was the best one. Oh my. Don't know ever got the quitters. Thank you. You brightened our night. Don't know where I got the Mr. the Queer Toe. Don't know where I got the Mr. the Queer Toe. Oh, fuck. There you go, little snake. Fresh water again. There you go, little dude. Okay. Little bitty dude. Don't know. What's up, lizard? What's up, little lizard? Hi, little lizard. All right. Well, folks. You have a video or picture of him on your channel, Michael? He bit me a lot the first day. Let's see here. Maybe we can stop by your place and see your animals. Yeah, man. Where are you located at? Well, I tell you what, bro. Anytime you're ready to do that collab, yeah. Whenever you're ready to do the collab, I'm down. I'm in South Carolina, man. I'm in Myrtle Beach area. So if you're ever through this way, you holler. Let me know. You'd probably be better off in springtime, you know. That way you get to see, you know, the gators and the caimans and everything too. But that's up to you when you choose.
No way.
I told her truth.
No way.
I told her truth.
No way.
You were sleeping. You're lucky I didn't get that in your mouth.
You did get it in my mouth.
Did I?
Yes, you did. You asshole.
Oh, fuck.
You didn't have it shook up good either. It was wet and nasty drop.
I didn't want to make too much noise, so I shook it lightly. Like
Yeah, it was wet and yuck.
There, that is cool. I didn't know where I put that. Right there's my fucking cleaning song. You get
Well, you carry it. So you normally here when you get them empty earlier, really good.
that. Must be what it was, yeah. Queerda says I didn't have the silly string shook up good. It was all nasty and wet and stuff. All right, I gotta go say something to the warden quick, and then I'll be right back, folks. Be right back. But anyway, guys, I appreciate everybody that's hung out tonight and chatted and watched the snakes and everything. For everybody that's new, that's still around, I do go live every day.